Morning there, mother trucker. How are you as well? I'm tired. I'm trying to find a post that Wimmer just sent me a link to.
I just need the terraform mod and some machinery, right? What are you
You,
trying to mine?
yeah, you don't need terraforming for mining.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you definitely
Don't
don't
need
need
that one
terraform.
little bit. But apparently there
That's
was a
just
fact
an
sheet
extra
Friday put
one.
out, which is interesting. Oh, Viking Streaming, thank you for that tier 1 resub. 2 months in a row now. Thank you very much for that. Doing pretty good, can't complain. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Um,
No man's land. I want to dig out the north side hills for profit.
Well, that you would need
Uh,
terraform if you're going to
yeah.
try and mine on a. But here's the issue: you're only going to be able to get something like stone out of it because there's no other fill types on that map. And dirt
Yep.
that comes with the terraform mod does not include any additional um, sellable products, really, because dirt doesn't get registered anywhere to sell it without additional mods.
That's what I was about to say. So thank you, Darius.
I may or may not be pretty familiar with terraforming.
Yes, Mr. Darius does uses terraform a lot.
No, I don't. I do nothing of the sort.
Bullshit. Oh, sorry, I sneezed. Whoa.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not on the Discord there, Wimmer. Um, yeah, alright.
I'm
This way.
okay with stone. The stone you got to take to
You can
a
bring it to a
stone
debris
crusher.
crusher, yeah.
I'm okay with stone. I just want to practice and learn. Yeah, then that.
Just make sure you use version 0.3.5, 0.3.5 of terraforming until version 4 comes out. Oops, wrong button.
Cornbread.
That link right there. Let's see if we've fixed the issue with the 49X this morning before we get into any other modding.
There we go. Got quite a bit of sugar going. Any more pallets of this coming up? Not yet.
See, I skipped over all of that stuff and went right to the bigger
Don't you have to
pallets.
make sure that the vehicles you're using for Terraform are on a list somewhere, Darius?
No, all of the base game wheel loader, front loader buckets work with it.
Okay.
Shop, trucks, Western Star. That doesn't seem to be fixing anything.
All right. Field 9 is done.
Because it doesn't like
Let's
that
go
one little bit.
29 and 45
Oh no, don't like
is
that.
not working either because
Got an issue
I
with that
never
one,
started
chat.
it.
It doesn't like that at all.
Hi again. I went to get something. What'd you get to eat?
Stay still. Back here. I'm trying to look at you. Stay still.
Who?
How's it going, Ali Bongo? My truck. That
Turbo
is
D,
a
thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that
collision
very much.
issue with the flatbed versus...
Is 0.3.6 no good?
Yeah, pretty much. It will cause many issues with almost every map it's used on, especially if it's a modded map, because it tries to register an additional fruit type into the map, which throws everything off.
Yeah, so don't use 0.3.6.
Yep, 0.3.5 is the good one. Good morning, Georgia Assassin. Good to hear, Ali Bongo. No,
Oh,
Cowboy, that's
biscuits
not an
and
error
gravy
or a
sounds so
warning when that
good.
happens. Good morning, Wimmer.
Oh, now I want biscuits and gravy. Oh,
That
that sounds so good.
that is just a collision issue, and my truck is taken off somewhere. It's over yonder.
Don't say those words.
That's one collision interfering with another collision on the truck. I'll show you what I mean. On the Western Star here, before I do anything, you see all of these boxes? You've got these boxes here. Oh, that's what's happening right there. The collision for the flatbed has moved. I need to readjust this collision for the flatbed. That's what's going on right now. While I was adding in these additional things, the collision on that flatbed right now is sitting in the frame. You see this big fat box down here? That's the flatbed collision. So we're going to go open that up in the i3D and make an adjustment on it. As long as I can find the...
Let's turn this guy around.
How's it going, Pompies?
And
Yeah. Do a modding
do we
stream this
finish?
morning. I want to get my 49X finished. Hercules, Hercules.
Yeah, I want you to get the 49X done too.
Oh, Fummins is going to be doing all kinds of stuff to this 49X. We're going to turn the visibility off on this for the time being, so we don't see it. We will come over here to the flatbed, turn the deck visibility on so we can see the deck. And now we can adjust this collision for the deck so it matches that point. Weekend for you, Pompies? Nice, good to hear. How's it going, Jaren? Alright, so here, that looks in the right spot. So why is it in the frame when I open it in the store? Because you can see here, it's in the right spot. There is no scale issues that
Oh,
it's
Big
going
Vito,
off of.
you. Oh man, you guys are all talking food, and I'm hungry, and oh
So
man, you guys
why,
suck.
oh why, is that dancing around thinking the collision is in the frame? When I don't see the collision in the frame right here. The collision is not in the frame. The deck collision should be active during... close these to make sure I'm in the right XML. And if we go down to the i3D mappings, we've got deck collision is 910 for the node. It's got the right node on it. We get up to our design configurations, flatbed, interesting. Where is... So with the ramp, the visibility active equals true.
And then we'll just do a little spin 80.
Tension belts equal true.
And there we go.
Deck collision is
Yeah, that
off
does sound
on
pretty good.
these. So I didn't turn the deck collision on. Maybe I need to turn that on?
What time is it for you? It's currently 7:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, it's not. It's 7:10 Central Standard Time.
We're gonna... I think I messed up taking these out because these need to be off for the other versions. I think that might be what I was going wrong with. So we're going to do that. We're going to leave this alone. Then we'll go back into the
Thoughts
game
on
and see what's
Dirt
happening.
Sorter Stone Production? I haven't used it. Sorry, Turbidee.
Neither have I. I've stuck with just changing the thing to get stone out, so I don't bother with the dirt fill type at all from that.
Yeah, sorry, Turbidee. I personally haven't used the Terraform mod, but I mean, I've done mining on these maps, I've done mining on Uncharted and on
Why is that collision showing down
Wolf
in there?
Creek, but I haven't done like the Terraform mining yet.
See, that's still causing an
Oh, I
issue.
understand, Mother Trucker. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, it's 7:10 for me.
Alright, so that. Whoa! Bye bye.
Over here looking at DoorDash like, right? Smoky Victim? Sounds
Interesting.
like a
So, that
sounds like a good
collision
morning.
causes an issue. For some reason, it does that.
All right, so let's go get our. Oh, we got more cornbread or corn flour, I should say, or cornmeal. That's the one.
Nope.
And that's gonna
I
make
wanted to.
oat bread.
I don't know, chat. It's not behaving. Bye.
I really do kind of need Boom's
No.
warehouse to store all these pallets in.
Okay, bye bye, really. That time it really went bye bye, chat. Son of a gun. Something is causing this collision to go down and forward. And I have no idea why. Because I know in the other version of this mod, it does not do that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm modding on stream at the moment. I'm working on the 49X.
Yeah, I know. I'm opening your stream so I can see what you're talking about.
Oh, I've got the flatbed. The flatbed version works by itself, but for some reason, when I have the flatbed and the dump bed both active on the mod, when I go through my options to turn the flatbed on, it moves the collision down and into the vehicle instead of the collision being this green box here. That green box is being moved down and forward like this somehow, and it's causing the whole thing to interfere with the truck.
Mm-hmm. Could it
And
could it be maybe the fuel tank or whatever that box is?
no, this back here gets hidden when that becomes active.
Oh.
No, it's not the
Hmm.
third axle because again, you see the collision currently is here above the frame in this
Yeah.
view. And when I go into the game, it moves down and into the truck forward, and something is moving it from where I've got it placed in the i3D. It should not be
Do you
moving.
have to attach it to the frame somehow?
No, this deck
Or is it just
visibility,
the collision itself?
it's just the collision itself. This deck visibility here
Oh,
doesn't actually have a collision on it. There's no rigid
gotcha.
body for it. This
Yeah, okay.
becomes the rigid body that your pallets collide with.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And something is moving this collision box, and it shouldn't be, because there's no
Gotcha.
translations on it. Now, if I were to, you see how this has the negative and the positive translations on it now? Those are what
Yep.
move things around.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's telling it to stay put where it is on the vehicle. And
That
something
makes
is
sense. Okay.
moving it. Something is moving it when the mod loads. And I don't know why.
Could
Because
it be when you see how that is that the fill plane for when you're dumping?
yeah, nah, well, see, that's just it. None of that stuff is active, and the fill plane doesn't
Oh,
have a collision on it.
it doesn't?
No, there's no
Oh.
collision on the
Hmm.
fill plane. There's a lot of stuff in the game that doesn't actually have a collision on it. What I want to show you is, where am I at? I'll go to this one here. Go back to my farm sim projects. I've made changes to this, so pull that back here to update my farm sim projects. Grab my backup, put this into the game, and we'll load back in. I want to show you the difference of what I'm talking about. It's easiest to show it on stream. Unfortunately, I've made so many changes to this vehicle that it's hard to express. So we're gonna. What I should try to do is make a second version of the mod so that they can both be loaded at the same time. And I can switch back and forth between them. Lower memory usage reached. This is dangerous level. Yeah, it'll still give those warnings, Pompies. Scurvy was supposed to stream this morning, but he woke up with a migraine and posted in streamer chat that he wouldn't be able to stream. So, that's what happened to Scurvy there, Mr. T. Miller. So when I go look at the truck right now, why do you have the... You see how it's doing this? And it just yeeted itself off the screen?
Yep, I saw that.
So when I look at this right now, these boxes represent different things. These little thin boxes here are the collisions on the dump bed.
Uh-huh.
Because the dump bed visual doesn't have collisions on it. These act as the collisions for it.
Okay.
This odd-shaped one here is the fill plane for the dump bed.
Okay.
These large boxes here are the interactive points for loading your pallets on the flatbed. And now if you look
Okay.
here at this big square box, the big thick one that's currently inside the frame of the truck and
Yep.
pushed forward, that is the collision that is supposed to be on the flatbed. And what's
Okay.
happening right now is that collision, when you look at it in the i3D, is up here.
And it's getting moved
But
down and
now it's
forward, I see
down,
now.
forward, and here, and it's also narrowed. So something is affecting that collision, and I don't know what. I also don't know why
Could
my...
it be that box on the the pallet interaction?
I might have just screwed something up royally. Oh, no! Son of a biscuit.
What'd you do?
I just caused myself hours of extra work. I had a backup on my desktop of the 49X. And the backup was for the simple purpose of not having the flatbed. Because if I look at this one here, 131, this might actually be... Did I move them the wrong way? Maybe that's what happened. I moved the wrong file to the wrong folder. No, this is the original 49X, I think. Yeah, because this doesn't have the bed stuff on it. Oh, no, this has got the flatbed on it. Okay. This here has... Alright, so that's my original file here under Farms and Projects. Let's put this back to the desktop. Okay. Whew. I'm relieved now. I dragged and dropped it into the wrong...
Well, at least you figured it out.
Yeah. I was about to get really, really worried. I messed up quite a bit there. Oh. Thank you there, Bob Dang, for the hydrate and the stretch, by the way. That's a relief, actually. Because I was worried I just overwrote. That's why I've got a backup of the 49X where it doesn't have any of the dump bed stuff involved yet. Because the dump bed works, but it won't let you put the flatbed on it because of that collision issue. So I've kept the backup for my save game purpose when I'm actually playing my save game.
Gotcha.
Alright, see? There we go. Now, the flatbed now does not have any issues. See
Yep.
how I can flip through all of these things and it doesn't move around? This doesn't move around. While in
Mm-hmm.
the other version of the truck, when I do these, it jumps the truck around. So something is happening. And when I look at the collisions now, oh, it is down there for some reason. And then when the flatbed comes, okay, maybe that's a different collision I was looking at. Alright, that must be the frame collision then. What is that collision? That's interesting. Then it must be this collision is interacting with the collision for the dump bed.
Hmm.
Well, I know I won't have the dump bed right now, Mother Trucker. What I'm trying to figure out is what is going on that this is interacting in such a way with the dump bed. What about the dump bed is causing the issue with everything else? So what do I need to turn off? Well, that's a good theory, Bob Dang, but he doesn't have as many collisions interacting with each other. His Mac flatbed is based off of the where I got this flatbed, and as a flatbed only, it works. I can put 54 pallets onto this one here. That's already not an issue. The issue becomes when I add a dump bed to this on top of everything else. And then all of a sudden, there's weird issues with the collisions. And I don't know why that's happening. So I need to get to the bottom of that, because once I do, then it doesn't matter. I can go back to one specific version of it. So this, yeah, the collision is a little bit low still. So I do need to make an adjustment there on the bed visual and collision. But I might have already done that in the other version of this mod.
Finger slipped like 8 times. Now I've got breakfast coming. Oh yeah, it slipped. Uh-huh.
Maybe that's what's happening. The collision isn't getting put in the right spot. Let's get out of here. I've got my backup there. And we need to go to Farm Sim Projects. We're going to put the Farm Sim project back in. Jump back into the game and take a look and see what's going on. Morning there, Casket. Actually, I can just load this one up. So something about adding the dump bed in has caused... See, if I go to trucks now, I can open this up, it's fine. But you see when I hit the ramp, it jumps forward. So something is interacting with that ramp and causing a funny interaction there. Don't know what. But if I turn the ramp off and I just go straight to dump bed, it's fine. It will work just fine as a dump truck. But the minute I do this, now we see what's going on.
That was fantastic.
Now you see where my issue lies. Something funny happens to it. So when we open this up and we show the visibility
Arvin, you're
on
throwing all that
this. No, unfortunately it doesn't.
ABLS.
No, it's not meant to be a plane. See, because I've got the flatbed corrected. There is something going on with this deck collision is what's happening. The deck collision, it's something about the dump truck. The dump bed itself that is, if I close this visibility off, something about adding in this bed is causing an issue with that ramp. Let's turn the visibility off on these. Make life a little bit easier. See, something about this ramp is causing a weird interaction with this. Well, I should say the dump bed is causing a weird interaction with stuff. So maybe the dump bed itself isn't turning something off. Maybe that's where the issue lies. Let's look back at the... So, the way the ramp works, when the ramp is not there, the ramp is not active, and the compound child, meaning the collision on the ramp, is not there. Maybe that's the issue. I don't have the dump bed set to the right collisions. That could be. That could be. Could be. If I go in here, bed collisions, maybe these aren't set to compound childs? They're not. They're kinematics, but they're not compound childs. Oh, let's take a look back here. You're a compound child. That is the issue. These don't have the compound child on them. This is a static compound child. These I set to kinematics. Maybe they need to... Alright, let's save this for a minute. And... do Anthem dump. Let's open up this one here quick. How's it going, Illust? Put wings on it and call it a day. I think I just found my issue. Let's go back in here. This is one. Let's get rid of the visibility on this so we can see what we're doing here. Tailgate. And no, we don't need the tailgate. We need the collision part dump bed. Rigid body. See, this is a compound child static. So I've got the wrong compound child set on them, I believe. This is a 1 and a 13 bit on the headboard. What about here? 1 and 13 bits. Let's see if... What do we have set for the bits on this one? We've got the wrong bit settings. Let's go to 1 and 13. We're going to go to static. And this compound child has to be done in static, clear, 1 and 13. Let's do this for all of the collision sections. I think I know where we went wrong. Let's go 1, 13, hit OK. Static, turn off the compound. Static, turn off the compound. 1 and 13. Now this matches the other one. We're going to save that, close that. Then we need to go into the 49X here. This is the Wolf Creek 49X. We need to open this with Notepad. And we're going to Control F. Compound. Alright, compound child equals true. We need this right here. Control C. And now we need to go down to the bottom. Here is the frame support, the punch ends, fill planes, collision parts right here. This section is what we need to find. These bed collisions. So we're going to go Control V, and we will add compound child into all of these. That's the only way to add a compound child to it, which is just dumb. Now if we open up the 49X, they should all be selected compound child. So we'll go back to the dump. Rigid body, compound child, static. It's got that. Okay, now we're in the right track. We need to make sure we turn our particles back on for the visibility, because if we don't turn the visibility on here, then they won't show up in the game. The reason it's called a child is because it's linked to this. This becomes its parent, which means this becomes the parent of those. So when this moves, they move. It links everything together. So that's where the parent part comes in. We want to go to the flatbed. We're going to save this now. We'll close that out. Let's load the game and see what happens now. I'm pretty sure that is going to take care of our issue. Nice, Dadson, nice. If that does clear the issue, then all I have to do is upload those files back to Mr. Fummins, and you guys will get an update at some point. Fummins was very impressed that I found the exact dump bed that seems to match the rest of the thing. So let's see. Oh, this is now forcing it down, but it's not freaking out now. Let's lease a new one and lease one. I don't know why you turned, but you know, hey, whatever. Ah! That right there is an issue. That is saying that's why it was getting forced down. So we need to do something in the... See, because this right here, if you look, I can jump in and there's a collision box here. Which means it didn't get turned off. Why did you get extended into the cab? Alright, we're going to have to make an adjustment to that. Because those collisions stretch themselves into the cab. Let's go take a quick look at that. Good morning, Miss Desiree. I apologize for the weird light show. I just gotta get to a piece of property I own to test something quick. Alright, now that I'm on my property, if I do a unload here... Alright, they are moving, but they got stretched, so we need to adjust those. Morning there, Miss Becky. We need to adjust those to bring the collision back to where it's supposed to be. And we need to adjust the XML for the...
Any game that people have thousands of hours in the game and don't and warn you not to play the game and or say this game is horrible, they're being sarcastic, and you should definitely get that game. Because any game that you have thousands of hours in, it's a good game, in my opinion.
Eli.
Do I?
Sure. We're gonna go with it.
How many hours do you have in Farm Sim 19?
About 4,000 hours.
So you're about equivalent to me in Factorio.
This one here. This is what I'm looking for. Unless you're a sadist, yes. Also, good morning there, Salvage Code. See, these collisions stop there, so what is causing you to scale funny? That right there.
Game is a great money saver. You won't eat, you won't sleep, you won't shower. All you do is play. Yep.
That's what's causing that
Yeah.
scale to go off. Freeze transformations. Scale only. Oh,
Especially
I
when
hate it when
the
I do
average AAA title
this.
game is only good for 50 hours at best. Exactly.
How's it going there, Sweden? What's the hotkey or command to change the modes in discharge mode? Hotkeys are going to be Z to open the menu turbo. X will change your digging mode. And B, for boy, will change your discharge mode. Y will activate and deactivate Terraform. So you can like deactivate the bucket if you want to be able to scoop up material without
That's
digging the
cornbread.
ground. Alright, so
Where are we gonna
that
put
part is
cornbread?
done. Now we just need to figure out why those turned on.
Now I got to figure out where to put cornbread, chat.
Alright. Compound child active. Should just be active equals false on these, and it will deal with the issue.
Just rough road map. So they won't give out specific details, but they plan to the expansion to be equal in scope to the vanilla game itself. Dang.
What expansion is he talking about?
The expansion for Factorio.
Oh. Alright. Something is causing these compound children to remain active on the flatbed version.
I mean, if the expansion is equal in scope to the vanilla game, I don't have a problem paying $30 for an expansion. I'm saying when you get 5 things and
I wonder
like
if
2 extra
that's
hours of
it
gameplay
there.
for
No, maybe
$20,
not.
that's a ripoff.
Alright, let's take a quick look. I hope that that didn't screw up anything when I save those.
Or a
When I
$20
fix that
microtransaction to color
scale.
your gun blue. Yeah, exactly. I don't do microtransactions.
Alright, that's now in the right spot. Unload here. They move properly. Ta-da! I still get to add the swinging tailgate, which we'll do next. That way it free swings. Will be much better. That still all works properly. Let's F12, fill vehicle. And I've got to switch the... And there we go like that. There's your fill plane for the barley. Ooh! We also need to fix that right there. That got moved.
The game speaks for itself, Juke. Yeah, it doesn't need to sail. Yeah, I completely agree.
Oh, I was like, why is it moving around? Because it's dumping out barley on the ground. And I've got to bring the fill plane back.
Exactly. 100% Juke. Yeah, I
Because
agree.
of that. Alright, we need to move that point back. I know exactly what's going on there. The scale moved it, and when I froze the scale, it moved it back. So we've got to fix that. We have to fix the... I hate... Ah! Oh, I hate it when things scale like that. Son of a... Gosh dang it. All because this had a scale on it. And then I froze the transformations. So it screwed up all the transformations for everything else. Tip point. Tip point moved. We need to move this back to the top of this point here. So that'll correct that. The grain plane is going to have to be adjusted a little bit so we don't see it inside of there. That might require some additional work. That grain plane's going to be a pain in the butt because of this cutout. For the time being, let's undo that. We'll just leave it the way it is. Let's fix the tarp. Because this point here is now moved. Is it that part that moved? Or was it the... Okay, so it's not the tarp bar that moved. I don't believe. Let's move this back over here. Alright, that fixes that. Now, the tarp node. That is an issue. If I do this and save and we do a GS vehicle reload, alright, that's in the right spot, but why are... See, scale on that is getting messed up on the tarp. I hate it when... I hate scaling things. It's such a pain in the rear end. Oh no, that's not good there, Farmer Desiree. Oh, and Dadson with a hydrate. Alright, so the scale... Yeah, alright. Now I see what's going on with the tarp. So it's not necessarily the tarp itself that's moving in a funny direction. Let's undo the tarp movement. It's the tarp bar is not in the right spot for its rotation. Oh, all because of that stupid scaling issue. Let's see if I can undo the freeze transformations. Get back to the point where I froze the transformations. Okay, there we go. We're back to that point now. Control V. Oh, no, not Control V. Edit. I can't control. Alright, so unfortunately I've got a scale on this that throws everything off if I... daily, but get called in roughly 4 times a week in the winter to run. Oh, that sounds like fun there. Bob Dyson. What? I'm not showing you all of the controls because I don't even have them all set up, Bob Dang. I kind of like made mine kind of work. Reaper's the one you get asked about that. Alright, so we need to fix the fact that I tried to cheat the system and scale it in the wrong way. Good thing is she has a helpful daughter that's going to help her every step of the way. Yes, you will, Desiree. Alright, so if we undo this, the issue we're having right now is the scale of that is throwing off these collisions. But everything else is fine. I wonder if I just go... Maybe if I just go 0.9 on the scale here. No, that's not going to actually work. I could try freezing transformations and saving. Let's do a... Oh, no, hold on. Oh, what did I do? No. I don't want to save that. I have no idea what I just did. We can close this down now. We don't need this one open anymore. I just did all kinds of bad stuff. So if I go in here, do a GS
Here he
vehicle
goes.
reload.
Darius breaking all kinds of stuff.
See, now the collisions are back to being wonky, but whatever. Because everything else works properly. Well, I still got a small gap on that part right there. See how right in the middle of the right there, you see a small gap at the end of the tarp? I got to adjust the tarp node. That's what's happening with that. The tarp node is off. So I've got to adjust the tarp node. No big deal there. Well, let's get back over. We don't need this window open. We need this one. We need to open up this. And let's see if we can't... How's it going there, Hellmaster? Gonna start over on your Uncharted. Bought a section of land and it's something going on. It still says you can't use the land. That's not fun, Sweden. That's good to hear there, Hellmaster. Alright. Dump bed. Right here. This is scaled so that it fits the truck. But this scale causes the collisions to go wonky. Now, if I hit freeze transformations on the scale, the translate is bad.
All right. So that guy's working there.
Let's try that.
All right, let's figure out where we're going to put the...
And then see what happens with the rest of this.
Well, first, let's figure out where
We've got...
Boomhauer's...
That's the worst thing in the world. See, already I know I've got an issue. So let's undo our freeze transformations.
Hey, Darius, did you ever find an inexpensive shed that you were... Because you were looking for one the other day.
Oh, to make a...
For, like, your bread or whatever?
Oh, yeah, I was going to make a refrigerated looking shed to stick stuff into.
Oh, okay. Well, I found one for, like... It's like $6,000 and it's like 2
That
little
was bad.
bays. And it's on the mod hub. But it doesn't have doors or anything for, like, refrigeration. It's just... Small little inexpensive shed.
See, when I freeze the scale, it throws everything off. Including the
So let's put
rotation and
this
all of that
guy.
stuff. So let's not freeze scale on this, because that's just bad. We just need to solve the issue of these collisions being moved.
Make sure it's square with the road.
What if I go to
As
point
best we
9?
can.
Point 9.
And then we're going to put it off the road a little bit. Like right
Let's try
there.
that. Go in here. You and your mom gonna do the same. Cheap money to buy everything we had. Sometimes that's the easiest way, is just start over. Give yourself the money you need to get everything done to where you were, and then go back to what you had for your money and call it good.
It is easier to do it that way for sure.
Alright, the collisions are close now. Right now in voice chat with me is Evil Reyes and Casket Man.
Hello.
So we need to expand the collision and move it forward a touch.
What's going on?
Next is sculpting.
We'll go forward. Maybe 0.8. And these are going to go to 0.92, maybe? I don't know the exact math on all of this stuff, so we just need to get it close. That's all we're looking to do, Chad, is get it close.
Perfection.
Close
Negative,
is only
sir.
good in horseshoes and hand grenades.
You know, my horseshoes and hand grenades say close is good enough. Alright, that collision, you can see just barely. Is right at the nose of that. I would say that is good as far as the collision goes. Maybe go up a titch higher. And I can shift it forward just a skosh. And that piece needs to scoot over. Oh, it absolutely is, Bob Dang. That is
Smoothie smooth.
110%
Smoothie smooth.
my OCD. Like that. This is going to move ahead by 0.1. And we also need to find, is it the fill height volume node? No. The grain plane, maybe? The fill volume? No. It's the exact fill root node. That. This is currently off.
There we go.
Because it's touching one edge of the bed and it shouldn't be. So this is getting adjusted.
You talking about this one here?
I'm guessing via this translation.
Jukya?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what it is. It's the translations. Ooh. Look at this chat. Look at what my wife brought me. There you go, Reyes.
She brought you bacon?
She brought me bacon.
You lucky.
I have the bestest wife. No, I just said I have the bestest wife. Just where's the sausages? Oh. That's why. Oh well. Alright. translating?
Well,
That's you.
Yep, that's my wife. She's quite squeaky at times. Eggs, hash brown, and steak. It's grocery day, so that's why we don't have any of that. And there's a blizzard outside, so yeah. I'm probably not gonna get any of that. So let's do a GS vehicle reload. I still don't know why that fill route node is moved. But it's definitely not centered. But the collisions look a lot better. It's still snowing, Bob Dang. I'll let you know when it's done. So far, it's a good couple of inches. We got probably close to a foot, I think. But it's still snowing quite well at the moment.
what was that sound?
What was what sound?
That was a weird sound. I don't know.
That exact
There was a sound in my headphones that I don't normally get.
Don't know what to tell you, bud. See there, the fill route node is showing exactly where it needs to be. So why is the fill route node moving? 42 with the winch, and yeah, nope, nope, nope. You can keep that, Bob Dang. You can keep every last bit of that negative 42. Now, is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? There's a big difference there. Why is the exact fill route node moving? Because translation Z wouldn't be doing it. The translation X is negative 42C. How's it going there, Don B? Nope. Okay, never mind.
Apparently, we got a wheat bread pallet or two in our oat bread.
How's it going, Zippy? Well, we're going to save that. I'm not going to worry too much about that exact fill route node. Oh, that's right. I wanted to adjust that part. Let's hide this so we can see. And on this tarp, this transform here is what governs
How do we get... I put full
if I do
pallets
that.
into Boom's production building, or the storage building,
Yeah,
and it didn't give me the full pallet's worth of stuff.
it's just a bug. It did. It's a bug. You'll get the full pallet worth when you try to pull it out.
It says $33,999.
Yeah, you'll actually get the full pallet of 1,000 out when you try it.
Oh, okay.
But It's a bug thing.
Okay, dokie.
Oh, it helps if I save this and then try this? So what I'm trying to do right now, chat, is get that to not have a gap in it with the save. We're close. I should probably go up higher like that. Up a little touch. There. Save. Now we're closer to the top, so that looks a little better. And... oh, we get a big gap in there now.
Don't bother, Smokey. It's not worth your time.
I gotta keep remembering I can't just move this, go back here, and have it exactly appear. I gotta do a reload first. Let's see, now I've got a problem there. Let's go down, back, a little bit. Save that. Do our vehicle reload.
I don't know what that sound is, and it's driving me nuts. I don't know where it's coming from.
Alright,
It's like
yeah,
a
we're gonna call
notification
that good.
type of sound.
You probably have Discord or something going off.
Oh, I know the notification sound for Discord and Steam and everything else. It's not one that I normally get. That's why it's that one. Ugh.
He's losing his darn mind.
I am. It sounds like an Xbox notification, but I
See,
don't have
we still
Xbox
have
running.
that. Alright, so something is happening here. We still haven't... Switch out for a week. Yeah, it's... You had the same message, Pompies? Huh. This will be available for the public after it goes to Fummins and he signs off, he gives it the seal of approval and makes some tweaks to it for others. I won't be giving this out myself, but something is causing these to not go inactive. So when I go in here initially, they're there. Alright. Alright, so something is going on. Is it these compound child? I need to show these as inactive. or active as false first. So we need to fix that issue. I don't think we need this here,
I need
because
my
this just
auto
shows
load.
false, and then when you do that, it's active. That's false there. That should be false for all of these. So why is it still showing up? Hmm. It's the type of collision that's on it. But if you see, like this, I have on my deck collision, this compound child active equals false. Unless maybe this node is not set right in the i3D. Let's double check our nodes. 12,
People got
0.
so drunk the other night at the club. What?
4, 0. We've got 1, 3. We got 3 zeros, a 4, and a 0. 3 zeros, 4, and a 0. So we've got the right set of nodes. So we know we've got these nodes correctly set. But something is causing that collision to stay active when it shouldn't be. It can be, Desiree, but I'm used to coding. This is normally easy for me. I'm just curious why. Oh boy. It's because this should be making them not appear. Because when we edit this with Notepad++ and we go down to... Oh, forget you. I know you're at the bottom. I'll just scroll down to the bottom. Alright, down here we have right here. They have compound children on them. They are static. Where is the flatbed? Ah, I need to turn static off, I think. Let's look at the flatbed again.
I have to share just because it's too funny.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is hilarious. This is a police SUV pulling over one of those little smart cars. Alright. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. There's a little tiny smart car getting pulled over by a cop, right? And it says, honestly, how fast could he have been going? Question mark. Someone must have pulled his car back one too many clicks and vroom, he was off to the races. You guys remember the Matchbox cars? You'd put them on the ground, pull them back, and you'd wind up the motor, and when you let go, zoom, they'd be going. That's 110% accurate right there. Just like... Alright, so this is listed as a static, but it's not actually a static. So maybe I need to remove the... That's what I need to do. Yep. Alright, so we're going to save this. We're going to close. And then in here, yes, reload. Let's remove this static. like so. We'll save this. Now if I come back in here, why are you still showing up? That might need to have the whole thing redone. Let's... No, not save. Quit to the menu. You're playing one of those cars at Christmas with your nephew? Yep. It's the stuff in the editor and game that confuses me. You have no idea what all the boxes are for. They can't all be collision. Oh yeah, they're all collisions of a sort. They are all collisions of a sort. All of those boxes are some form of collision. Now, that collision could in part be because it's a trigger. So in other words, you're able to walk over and activate something. It could be a collision for the game to recognize something. But they are all collisions of a sort. Okay. That's a plus. That's a plus. Ramp, ramp. We have our children. We have a... Daha! We has a bro. We have it fixed. So now if I lease this puppy... Ooh. Let's lease one with the bigger pallet load. Ooh. Now we've got a problem though. That collision, that visibility is still showing up on the ace rack. So we need to go fix that too. Because that rack should not be there right now. Ace visibility active. Control C. V. Alright, so now if I hop in this and I hit the... Bingo, that's better. Let's hop out. We're going to spawn pallets. Olive oil or canola oil, that'll work. F12, I need super strength on. It's a command called GS Vehicle Reload. It will reload the i3D and the XML without having to leave the game as long as the mod is unzipped. Which is why when I look at my Wolf Creek folder right now, my 49X is unzipped. So now I can make edits to it without having to try and redo a without having to try and save a zip file that can't be edited because the game has it active, and then I can redo my stuff from there. One, two, three, four, five, six. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oopsie. Isn't that cheating? I don't know. Is it, Fummins? How you doing there, Mr. Fummins?
I don't consider it cheating. I consider it working smarter, not harder.
Hey, it's 54 pallets. That's what this thing will hold. You just need to really make sure the tag axle is down. Because it does not like that much weight. That is about as heavy as it gets. 54 pallets of oil. See tires? Tires and ground. Oh, I added the steerable tags in, Fummins, because it helps it really try to get around. It helps with turning a lot. But that's the equivalent of 54,000 kilograms, 54,000 metric tons on the back of this truck. And this is leased, so I didn't bother with any of the big tires or anything like that. Hence the struggle. Let's drop this off and get the good tires and stuff. Food coma, here you come there, Sweden. Nice. Trucks. This one. That. Frame options. Flatbed. We're gonna go... Well, we can throw the hitch on. It's not gonna do much, but we'll throw the hitch on. Throw the old Trelleborgs on there with that. What do you mean? Trelleborgs, flatbed, that, lease, yes. And let's check the Nokians, lease, yes. Yes, I think, maybe? Brother would like to speak to you after you stream or Discord. That shouldn't be a problem there, Farmer Game, there, Miss Becky. Look at that thing just sink into the ground like it's... Yep, she likes that. Put the big engine on it, though, and it will go. There is actually a weight station on the map. No, salvage code, it really isn't. But it will take 54 pallets of stuff like the juice that weighs far less than 1,000 pounds or 1,000 kilograms each. These oil pallets just happen to be exceptionally heavy. So if it can do these, then I know it can do any other pallet on the map fairly easy. Let's see what she weighs, shall we, chat? It's only 67,000 kilograms. Is that a bad thing? What's that equate to in pounds? £146,000? Yeah, you know. Well, yeah, but this is in kilos. You gotta remember that, Fummins. That's 67,000 kilograms. That's not in pounds. Come on, shift. You can do it. Like I said, the likelihood of you picking up this much oil at any one time is very slim. So if you want to do it, make sure you get the Trelleborg tires on. Oh, there's a couple of different ones in there. There's 6 different ones in there, technically. Yeah, she could use a little more power if you're going to put that much weight on it. But, you know, hey, whatever. Functionally, it works. A little truck that could. Chugga, 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 choo, choo. Let's turn off the trailer weight. The max trailer weight. Turn that off. We're going to F12, fill the vehicle. I still got to make that fix. Let's find lime. Ooh, better yet, stone. Where's stone? Stone is wicked heavy. Thump. I missed part of the corner with the cover. What do you mean? This truck mod is still in private access. Once I'm done making some tweaks, I'll send it to Fummins and we'll see if he gives the seal of approval. Don't even look. What are you talking about, Bob Dang? You look at that. She's an even 40,000. That done. Done. See? Not a problem. Nothing to see here. Where's the stone? Stone might be heavier. Nope, it's not. The fill volume needs to be lowered a little bit so it doesn't push through the top of the thing. And I know when you do this, there is a little bit of a gap that appears as it's translating. Oh, the A60 has a lot of... it'll be a couple of... It'll probably be 2 months before I'm done with the A60 project. This just became a project I wanted to tackle because I wanted a better flatbed and a better dump truck than what I had available to me. There, now my stone's showing. But ain't that a sexy looking beast right there? I just gotta put the free swinging tailgate on it. No, it's just a matter of adjusting the fill plane. And it doesn't like to pile too high, but... I mean, it's realistic. You wouldn't pile it super, super high. It tailgates well when you're doing it, though. I don't know if you can actually get that done. I also need to check that piston to make sure it's in the right spot. It needs to go forward a little bit. Yeah, it's going to go forward a little bit, and then I can adjust its angle back up a little bit higher. So let's go in here. I wish you could do a loud bang on it, but unfortunately you can't really get the loud bang because of the way the object works. So I need to go in here like this. 49X, dump the tip point on the dump. It's right here. Let's move that forward like so. Save that, come back here, put that back down. Well, I'll leave that part to you, Fummins. Morning there, Michael. Oh yeah. That's a little far forward. Let's go back to about here. We'll save that. We need to go into here. And that's the moving parts. Where's the animations? Right here. We'll go to about 39 degrees, maybe. Save. Go back here. Reload. Start it up and see what happens. When placing the landfill, should we lower the landfill? It should flatten itself out when it's done. So now I can actually go up a little bit higher on the piston. Put that back down. Never do the GS vehicle reload while it's in the air. Bad things happen. It gets stuck that way. The flatbed straight truck is an auto load flatbed, Jukia. Let's try to go to 45. See if we can get it that high. Alright, so 45 is a little bit high. It's a little bit high. It's not clipping, though, it doesn't look like. It's not clipping. And we're going to make this the tailgate free swinging instead of doing it this way. I can. Simmering Serpent, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? Your mod on the Pete 389 was looking at ideas to use the flatbed as a tilting tow truck bed. You could. And we certainly could, Fummins. But that's beyond my scope of modeling. Oh, you need to use the tag axle for something? Can't get enough weight on it? Yeah. Yeah, it's not too hard to do it when you, add 54 pallets of oil. Yeah, add 54 pallets of oil and that tag axle comes in handy. No. Usually I actually play Farm Sim, but we're modding some today. Yeah, see, it doesn't clip. I think that's the sweet spot right there. It does take some work. Come on, daylight. There we go. And yes, I even got the sound of it retracting the... Yep. Traction's pretty good, especially with these tires. I haven't played around with the traction on any of the other tires. that's a lot of weight right there. Alright there, Vito.
Later, Vito.
See, I actually like this Western Star a lot. And of course, the bed is frame options, dump bed, colorable. Yeah, maybe I will look around Fummins for a better flatbed model. I'll see if I can find one on something else and make a better flatbed, or find a better flatbed model. I was lucky enough to find this because this actually fits right in with what's on their front page for selling these trucks. They've got a dump bed looks just like that on one of these trucks. But with the Nokians on it, that thing looks pretty nice.
Can I has?
Build it, build it. I'm definitely not good with building stuff in Blender. I can barely manage simple shapes right now, let alone trying to model something to fit uh, anything else. I'm definitely not a 3D modeler, that's for sure. But she's a party truck. Yeah, it's typically frowned upon to do it and then release it without permission for somebody else's model. Oh, that's right. I was playing around with potatoes for a while. I'm like, why does it look like I got potatoes on the ground? I was putting different fill types in. That's why. Potatoes. But all in all, it's definitely in a good spot. Alright. You're not wrong, Jukia. I did a lot of work to a Pete 389 myself to get it working a lot better in Farm Sim, and the original modder wouldn't even take the time to answer my posts. So that's why I wanted a better dump truck, and I like the idea of a truck, you know, a straight truck, and yeah. I'm glad I found that bed. I like the flatbed better on this versus the Mac flatbed that's out there, because the Mac flatbed extends way past the frame, like unrealistically so. This isn't too bad. I've seen frames like that. But this one here has some UV texturing issues I'd have to fix. Drove a lot of dump truck in your life like the one there. T880, yep. Am I making an OD? What do you mean OD? Alright, let's see if we can't get the tailgate on this thing free swinging. Oh, I am playing around with some mods this morning, yes. Right now I'm working on this Western Star. I want to get the tailgate free swinging. I know where to find a free swinging tailgate to look at the code on it, and then we'll make the tailgate match. Gravel trains and a Freightliner before that. So the idea of modding heavy trucks to be better is like an exception. Yep. Jukia, thank you for that follow. Welcome into the channel. So we just downloaded a random dumper that I know has a free swinging tailgate. Of course, everything's going to be in electric T880. No, I don't want the taillights. This. Get out of here so I can see. Tampa. That's its hinge point. This is, I'm guessing, a support collision. Yep, that's a collision. It's compound child. So it's done the same as the other ones. Does it have a gate release or just swings open when it lifts? It's gonna swing open when it lifts, Jukia, is my plan. Oh, alright, the T880. Fummins T880. What did I do with that mod? There it is. Get rid of this one. Yeah, download. Thank you. Sometime today, please. Sometime today, please. Yeah, exactly. Let's throw this into the Farm Sim Projects folder. Where'd that T880 go? Extract. Gate. So that's going to be a collision on the gate, static, compound child on it, 1 and 13. The discharge node and all that. This is a truck that his group, he works, he's part of HD modding, so yes. Put it in as by itself and add it as a component. Yeah, Fummins is really good at this modeling stuff. Me, not so much, but I can play around with the i3Ds and I can take pieces apart and put things together and do stuff like that. That I can do. You know, like Legos. I'm good with Legos. How's it going, Slow Swede? I can do Legos quite easily. That's not a problem. But modeling, yeah, that's a little beyond me. Just learned a bit about i3Ds today, so that opens up a good bit. Yeah. Quite a few. Do you know of any modders who stream? That would be really cool, though I bet most programmers would find the chat too distracting. No, there's a lot of modders that stream actually simmering. There's quite a few that do. I normally don't do modding on stream because I usually end up sitting here going, how do I do this? And I struggle to sit there and look at stuff. Let's move that. Let's actually take a quick look at the wheels. Lots of wheels. Holy cow, you've got some wheels on this thing there, Fummins. Motors, exit points, attachables. Drivable, foldable. There's your tag. Yeah, see, I've got to flip the fill config around on the Western Star at some point. Tip effects, animations, folding, tag, cover. Tag axles are way too big. You size those down, then trying to get it to level since the front wheels are bigger than the rear. The middle axle wants to float. Yeah, I spent a lot of time, believe it or not. Let's get rid of this. Let's go to Wolf Creek. That should be the copy of that. I was working on the 379 version that I was doing. But I spent a lot of time fixing this model up. I actually did it on stream one day between chat and I. Natsu592, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Peterbilt.
Hey, Darius.
Yes.
Curious. Is
Might have
there
an
any
answer.
known issues with the loom currently?
What do you mean?
Cotton doesn't seem to be producing properly or correctly.
It produces very slowly. It's meant
I
to.
know, but it's 1,152 cycles a month.
Yeah.
I'm on a 1-day month,
Yeah.
and I've been running it for 5 hours in game.
Yeah.
And I've only produced 540 liters, where I should have produced probably 3 times that.
No, it's producing where it needs to be. Ignore the 1152.
But how?
What do you mean how? How do
How is
you?
it producing where it's supposed to when...
It's not supposed to produce quickly. It's a very entry-level thing, and it's not a lot of uses for fabric, so Dave has it set to produce slowly.
Okay, I understand that, but
All right, hold
I
on.
guess
Let
I guess the
me let
math
me get
just
into Wolf Creek.
doesn't, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, that's why I said ignore the 1152, because that's a
Okay.
Giants thing.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with how many.
Hold on, let me find the loom. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K. You're not in the placeables. No. Production, maybe? Is that where Dave put it? Where did he put the stupid loom XML? Where in the heck did he put the loom XML? Or was it a separate mod we had to activate? Oh, it
No,
was
I think it was
no,
part of the map.
it's a separate mod.
Oh, is it?
Yep. Shared throughput capacity, you don't have anything else turned on, so that's not a problem. Name parameters, cycles per hour on the cotton is supposed to be 48, so it's miscalculating your cycles per month. I believe.
Okay. So it's running at the speed it's supposed to, but per Dave,
Oh,
it's just not showing correctly in the thing.
it's set at 48 per thing. There is some weird, funny math that never seems to make sense with giants. I'll say that much. It is supposedly 1152 per month because of the 48 per hour, but there's some disconnect in between the numbers as far as what should and shouldn't go.
Okay.
No, Juke, you the 379's not mine. Again, I wanted a dump truck to be able to move material around, and that's when I went for the 379, and I spent 5 hours fixing it up, doing a lot of work to it. Alright, so 48 per hour. The fabric
Oh, you know
wool.
what?
Click
It
on
probably
the fabric wool for a minute for me, please.
wool.
Yes, wool.
Okay.
At 2880. Yeah, alright. It's set really high, but you said you've done 5 hours worth?
Yeah, I placed it down at about 2-ish p.m. in game, and I've been running at 1 time speed, and it's only produced 550 liters. But I think that's because of it being a 2-to-1 recipe. Whereas, like, you
It's
look at
5 to
bread,
it's 5 to 3 actually when
well,
you click on
yeah,
the
but
cotton.
it's a lower, like,
Well, yeah.
ratio, I guess would be the word. Whereas,
Well,
like, bread is 100 to 80.
and that's what it is it's a very
Yeah.
low
Okay.
ratio. So in
That's what I was
reality,
trying to understand.
you would only produce 3,000 for a full 24-hour period. A full month in game would only produce 3,000 liters of fabric.
Uh, yeah. Okay.
So 5
I
hours in
get you. Yeah.
game, because you're on a 1-day month. So that's 1,100
Yeah.
cycles a month.
That makes sense.
1,100, you'd be
Yep. Okay.
3,500 roughly per month.
Mm-hmm.
So you've done a quarter of a month, quarter of 3,500's about 500 and change or so, roughly speaking.
Ish. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense now.
Yeah,
I just was trying
and
to understand it better.
that's why I was saying, like, don't just necessarily look at the 1152 and go, why is it only done this? It produces very slowly because there's not a need for a lot of cloth. And cloth,
Sure.
once you turn it into clothes, it's a very high selling product, so it's a very low yielding product to offset that high sale price. And
Uh.
that's
Oh.
to balance things out.
Yeah, that does make
There's
sense.
no
Okay.
sense in making it produce the same as the bread pallets if you're gonna then get
Mm-hmm.
30 grand per pallet of clothing. If you could
Mm-hmm.
produce clothing like you could bread pallets, can you imagine the money you'd make in the span of a short period? So Dave, for that reason, cut down the amount of fabric you'll make, and therefore the amount of clothing you can make, especially with the early game factories, to
I
try and
got you.
offset the fact that you're getting a huge, huge value for those bigger things.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense now.
Yeah, it makes sense once you think about it.
Once you understand it, yeah.
Yeah, once you understand it all. But yeah, this here, I spent a lot of time working on the tires and the way everything sits properly with this. It took a lot of work to get everything sitting properly, adjusting the heights of all of these. It is a big mess. They didn't they did a lot of stuff to it without ever, and like this whole bed doesn't exist as a model. It's pieces that are all just meshed together. It's a really poorly done idea. Um, it's yeah. Let's just say I'm not a fan of how they did the models for the bed and everything else. Is the time of year something sells well hard coated like a fabric holiday in June? It is coated, yes, salvaged.
But it's
Um,
not a guarantee.
no, it's not a guarantee. It's coated. So if I go to where's my XML for no, not that one. Let's go back here, for example, Wolf Creek. It's under Maps, Maps US, Fill Types. All right, so in the Fill Types XML salvaged, you have these price factors 1 through 12, January, December. You look at the price values here. It's not going to sell as well here in June as it will in November. And that's something that's hard coded for all of the products in the map. So when you start looking at these, here's your steel plate that Dave added. So it sells a little bit better in May than it does any other time of the year. So this is the base value on it. Yes and no, salvaged. I say yes and no because this is the base value. Now, in the game, when you look at it, there is a swing that can happen to that base value that can also affect things. So if you look at a product like this drywall, there's not a very big difference between the lowest value and the highest value. You're talking, what, 0.22%? In reality, or 22%, I should say, in reality. The game can also create a swing in the economy. I think it's 30% depending on your economy mode. So it can also affect that. So you can, especially with great demands, once they fix the great demand system, 33 is 30-ish%. So you can actually potentially get a better price in January if the game takes the base 0.88 and says, I'm going to swing up a bit higher. And then when May comes around, it doesn't swing as much. So January is actually a better price than May is. But if I search something like gold, here is the gold bars. See, once again, see, a lot of these things follow the same curve because Dave just copy and paste this. He doesn't go in and set this every single time. That'd be a lot of extra work. Well, look, like watermelon. Watermelon's a really good example. Look here. Your lowest you get is 90. The highest you get is 1.13. There's not a big swing there. And then obviously you have your price per liter that's set in the game and things of that nature. So your gold bar, your price per liter, this is why a gold bar sells so good. Yes, it's different for every map, Zodiac. It's all up to the map programmer. If Dave wanted to change these values, it would affect the economy in the game. But the game itself will look at these values, and it will also adjust up or down at a random number the economy on those prices. So you could have a situation where a month like, obviously if May is your best month right here for the block, you could have an upswing in March that outperforms this upswing in May, depending on the game's random adjustment of these numbers. There's a lot of little funny things like that that make it hard to just say this is the only way it works.
All right, so let's.
Mods on the Mod Hub this morning? What did we have come out today? Autoload stock trailer pack for the... We've got the Bachmann, Brantner, Bremer, Kroger, Krone Profiliner. There's a whole lot of autoload stuff as a pack. Yeah, not bad. They're still coming out, T. Miller. Alright, we've got to go back to guidance steering update yesterday. So... that's kind of a useless mod. Reduced engine braking force. Why would you want to reduce the engine braking force? Yes, let's never stop, ever.
Just reduce the sound.
The only
No,
reason I would
no.
ever think that would be a thing is
in this case, it's not reducing the sound, Casket. It's actually reducing the force the engine brake
No,
applies
I
to
know.
the vehicle.
I'm just saying reduce the sound of it so it isn't.
the
Well,
only reason I would see you would want the decreased engine braking would be so you could coast. But other than that,
see,
Yeah.
you remember I told you the direct sell price was about an 11%, 10 to 11% decrease in price? The game has it set as a 90% multiplier, so if it's selling, it's taking 90% of the best potential value at that point, and that's what you're selling at, because somebody put out a mod to make it so when it direct sells, it gets the absolute best price at the time, going from 90 to 100.
oh man,
It displays the fill level of all hired workers on the right side of the screen. No, it's not actually a bad thing. That's kind of an interesting little mod.
that's kind of cool.
Viper GTS. Liquid manure tank. A place to buy slurry. Okay, whatever. Self-made weight.
Dragonfire, thank you for the follow, man.
Lizard
They
roller.
Farmson put out a tweet 2 hours ago about the next patch.
Self-made trailer. New Holland Fiat Agri.
Next patch is in the next few weeks, and it adds more vehicles.
Yep, next patch is coming in the next few weeks and adds more vehicles and bug fixes. So this means Fact Sheet Friday is once again underway. Ooh, that's a nice slurry tanker right there, that Garant. That thing's a beast.
A smaller Fent harvester.
Yep, smaller Fent. Not a bad looking Fent. And we've got a Hardy Navigator, a Delta Force. same here, salvaged. Yep. But yeah, nothing super special today for the. Now you can do that same thing as the engine braking force with VCA. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, nothing special today. Align to world Y. So I'm guessing this is the line here that allows us to make the tailgate free swinging as a moving part.
Huh?
Logo configs. I don't care about. Did that say murder configuration? Yes, it does. Interesting. I would imagine so, T. Miller. But I don't know. It doesn't say. I didn't really pay attention. Cold bacon. Yum. Hmm. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Huh. Interesting. Moving parts. Fifth wheel, hood hinge, tags, bins, steering bar. Then yes, they would work with the uh oop. Make sure I take this out.
Okay, put that back. And then
That there is the tarp. Hmm. Alright. You're in the way. Go away. I can't see. That's the fixed point. This is the flap. I'll work on that later. No. But I probably should have. Somehow I have a feeling I just screwed something up. I don't even remember where I was right now. We'll go back to that later, chat. Let's go to my mods. I wanted to fix in my placeable fat pack some fences. How's it going there, MacGyver? How long do you think you'll be eating for? I will come back. I just have one last piece of bacon. There, no more eating, Don. All done. Alright. T. Miller wanted a... I need to fix this panel. You see, this model for the panel has this as all of these separate pieces, which makes it very awkward. And I don't like it. I don't think so, Jukia. Alright. So what I want to do is I want to replace these. Because like each of these is separate pieces and it's a real pain in the butt. So I wanted to replace these to make it a lot easier. Sorry, Don. Normally I mute it. But I'm all done. Let's go to primitive. Let's do cylinder. We will rotate this over 90. Scale this down to no, 0.05. Not that one. That's going to be like a 4. This has to be a 0.05. We will put this in place of that lower set of like so. That's in a pretty good spot. Now theoretically I should be able to do a X here. Oh wait, it's not the, yeah, it's the albedo I want. Albedo, downloads, projects, no, not projects, my mods, deco pack, fences, textures, barbed wire. First things first, pull this out. Yeah, see, it's not applying properly. It's stretching itself. Let's delete this. Open up Blender. I was making a wire last night. I probably won't be able to find. Yeah. Nope, can't find it. No big deal. Get rid of this stupid camera, light, cube. Add. Modeling, add. Cylinder. And the cylinder, we need to... Oh, come on. There we go. In the cylinder, we need to rotate you over 90 degrees. No, like that. Stop it. UV editing. quite how that's supposed to do it. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. That's not how I want to do this. Island margin area width. Like this. Move things around. You're all different sizes, aren't you? Yes, you are. Of course you are. UV. Ah. I get so familiar with how to move around in Giants, I forget how to move around in Blender. I'm trying to UV map a cylinder, and I'm not super good at this at all. I am on the struggle bus here, but I want to be able to UV map this so that when I apply a texture to it, it looks properly on the cylinder instead of doing what Giants does with it, because it's not UV mapped when I do it. So what I need to do is I need to unwrap this. Come on. Somewhere on here is a vertice that I selected. That one? I think so. I am in Maine. Undo that. Holy cow. Yeah, see, for me it's still snowing. If I open some downloads, mods, deco, fences, textures, barbed wire normal. No, not the normal. You idiot. I want the diffuse. Alright, this here is the barbed wire look. So I want these to all line up and be lengthened along this section right here. So we're going to unpack and move these over here like this. Whoa. Hello?
Good morning.
How's it going? I want that to look a little bit like that. This to go a little bit bigger like that. Just a hair bigger like that. And now we're going to do the same thing here. Scale this up. Scale this down. Move this over the top of this. Back to the scale. Down a little bit. Shrink you in just a hair. Oopsie. Alright, there we go. You normally get a lot of snow each year though, right? I know East Coast Canada gets... Yeah, I normally get a fair amount every year. It's down a little bit this year so far. But it's one of those things I haven't really messed, you know, it's been a pretty lean year so far. No, I don't want to rotate. Scale. Something like this. Move. How did you twist? Oh, well, good enough. Scale down. Scale up like you. And the ends I don't care about. I'm from Maine. Yep. How's it going there, Alfred Prom? So if we go file, let's save this project under a wire blend for now. Under our projects list, save Blender file. File we need to export as an FBX to include. I don't care about this, that, or the other thing. Let's object types. Apply transform. Selected objects. So what are the things you placed on top of that barbed wire? So the things I placed on top of the barbed wire are the nodes that create the length of the cylinder. So as far as the UV map goes, this is where it's going to read the UV map from this image. if I export that as an FBX, and then I come back over here, and I do an import from my farm sim projects of this wire FBX, it failed, of course. Delete the selected files. File, export. Yes, Zodiac, because they'll constantly be transferring to each other. Alright, now unfortunately the scale gets all whacked out on these things. I don't know why it always does, but it does. Scale. Import preferences. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. Alright, let's first scale this up. We'll go over here. Does not have any material properties. Interesting. No, it will absolutely mess things up, Zodiac. Because what happens is you'll fill up both of them, and if one of them starts to empty, the other one's going to try to fill it, and then this one's going to try to fill it. It's the same thing with trying to place two of Boom's warehouses. They're going to constantly be transferring product back and forth to one another. And what'll happen is, yes, they'll level each other out, but it's going to cause a lot of additional transferring, which once they fix the fact that there's a bug that you make money from transferring product, you're going to cost yourself tens of thousands of dollars a day. Yes, it does accept water as an incoming product, Zodiac. You can drop water off at it with a tanker. The diesel is there only to create a small amount of water in the event you only have one or two like greenhouses that don't use a lot. But every single day in game, I take my big water tanker that takes 40,000 liters at a time, and I dump 40,000 liters into my water tank. Yeah, if you look at the production, it throws everything off. But if you read the description of the mod, it says you can drop water off to it. It just doesn't produce water from nothing. So you can manually drop water off to it. Alright, so apparently this thing has no material properties. I don't know why it has no material properties, but it has no material properties apparently. Add texture, image texture, here, new, no, not new, open. Let's go to my mods from my downloads folder, my mods, placeable deco pack, fences, textures, the barbed wire diffuse. We'll place this on that. I just need to make that barbed wire diffuse be a DXT, a different DXT file, so it's clear. And that's not working the way I want it to. This is not working at all the way I want it to. Let's go back to the UV editing. What I need to do is split the UV and unwrap it and pick the point that it unwraps from. So if I select edge here, UV, mark seam, unwrap, no, yeah, it's going to take a bit to fill that up. It certainly will. Uh, hmm. You got lucky. It happens, but you got lucky. UV unwrap. Maybe if I do a smart unwrap, correct aspect. I'll leave that alone, I guess. Maybe. See, I don't like that it's doing this. It shouldn't be doing that. Urgh. I hate dealing with UV crap. Because what it's doing is it's unwrapping this in individual pieces. And what I want to do is have it have a seam and then lay it open. And that's not how it's unwrapping. UV. No. Unwrap. Cylinder projection. That's what I needed to do right there. Now I need to scale this down in length. Like so. Now I can rotate it around. Like that. And scale you up a little bit this way. Move you up a smidge. Go back to the scale a little higher this way. Now we need to shrink our scale lengthwise. Like so. Like so. That can be there. The other one can be wherever it wants to be. Now if I go to shading, why are you not? You're not doing what I want you to do. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the butt. We'll come back to that at another point, because I really don't feel like dealing with it. I get so used to moving in Blender, I can't remember what I'm doing when I get here. See, because I want this nice look, but I don't know how to go about it. Panels, panel 1. If I go, let's add transform group, Control X, we'll go back here. We'll call this panel 02. And we're going to grab all of this. No, I didn't want to do that. Control V into here. Control C. Control V. Now if I shut the visibility off on this one, I can do that. All of these can go away. We can take this model here. Scale you like so. And freeze transformations on that. Scale, apply, done. So I need to add that into the XML. Panels will make this visible, but we're going to hide this part here. We need to get into the gate section. I need to work on this here, because the scale on the gates is causing an issue. What happens is when I rotate the gates, they shrink instead of staying where they are, where they're supposed to be. So let's start with the small gate. And let's see if we can't fix that scale. And the problem is, we need to fix this scale here without it adjusting these. Because I can't lose this hinge point. So let's save this as is in case we mess something up. And if we go... See, what I should do is scale this to 1. And then go in here and scale these down. Because I can do that. And this one here needs to get 0.992. The rigid body back on. This is a kinematic collision. This would be kinematic collision. Go back here, take this off, 0.992. Like that there. Rigid body. Kinematic. We need to freeze the scale trans. Freeze scale on it. Freeze scale on it. We don't want to freeze the translations because that's going to cause lots of issues. So that one should be fixed now. So let's hide the visual on this one. Make this one visible. This one is 1025. Let's bring this back to 1. Did I actually put the collision back where it needs to be on this one? No, I didn't. That needs to be 0.992. And freeze scale on that. Close. Now we can make that invisible. The visual needs to go to 1.025. Collision needs to go to 1.025. Freeze that transformation, otherwise it's going to go way out of whack. This needs to come off. 025, back to rigid body. Kinematic. Freeze, close. Take the rigid body off so we can transform to 025. Rigid body back on, kinematic. We need to line this back up now. About there, yeah. Freeze transformations on the scale of that. Close. So this one's good now. Make that invisible. Now on this one here. See, because what happens is, you see how I've got that scaled up so high? So that it's the right width? Well, that's all well and good, but when it opens, and this swings, the scale then goes to a 1, so they actually shrink back down in their length. It's kind of funny looking when you actually watch it. Well, let's make this visible, so we can adjust this one. 1709, so we're going to go down to 1. We need to go 0.709. There's going to be my collision. Good afternoon, George the Hero. How are you doing? We want to freeze our transformation on that. The visual needs to go to 1709. This opening A, we need to take our thing off, 709. Put the kinematic back on. And now we can freeze transformations on this for the scale. Close. This one here. Same thing. Take this off. 709. We need to bring this way back over here. We'll have to make a finer adjustment once we get the rigid body back on. Let's go back in here and get a nice line up on you. How's the gap in the middle look? Alright, we're pretty close, but we need to go to this one here. And slide you over like so. What's going on? Right now, I am working on a fence mod as part of my placeable pack. I have to make some adjustments to it, so I'm working on doing that. Alright, we've got a little more playroom over there. And then after this, alright, that's pretty close. Why do you turn off the... The reason why I turn off the rigid body before I change the scale is, you see how these are grayed out right here? It won't let me change the scale of that object while the rigid body's on it. So I actually have to remove the rigid body, change the scale, then reapply the rigid body on this part, because I can't actually click into these windows while the rigid body is on. So we've got, yep, the rigid body, no, see, the rigid body is a collision that the game recognizes being a solid mass, a solid form. So when you hit that, it stops you dead in your tracks. Your vehicle will stop, your character will stop, because it sees a rigid form there. Now you can create different, when I'm looking at this, for example, it's got a rigid body. There's a lot of different collision masks. So these collision masks are how it interacts with the world around it. So, for example, one of these is the character sees it as a rigid body. So I can't walk through it. It's a wall, a solid wall. Another one is a vehicle will collide with it, those type of things. Somewhere, yes. I never remember where, but it's on the Giants Developer Network. Somebody did a list of all of them, and yeah, I don't remember where that is. I look for it every now and then, but I can't remember where it is. Alright, so this one's in a good place. We're going to turn the visibility off on that one. We're going to turn the visibility back on this one for a minute. And we're going to double check to make sure. I know we didn't move this much, but we want to make sure this lines up still. Oh no, a collision box is a form of a rigid body. It all gets a little bit confusing. That looks pretty good, I think. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So we'll leave that the way it is, close the visibility off, turn this one on, turn the visibility on, and this actually needs to go translation-wise a little bit in the Z direction, so let's take a look. 008 is too much. 002. 002. And we still have our gap there. That's good. So let's turn our visibilities back on so they don't appear invisible in the game when we load them up. Right, we don't want that. We now have two different pieces there. At some point, I will talk with, I'll find Shy Wizard or somebody that's better with the modeling side of things, and I'll get these fixed. But I'm not liking the fact that I can't put a... What my original thought had been was to create a cylinder for the wire to go on, and then have it show from the inside out instead of the outside in. And I don't know how to do that. Unless it's just a matter of trying to... Yeah, see, I don't know how to do that as far as making it show properly on the inside of the collision, so... Or the inside of the cylinder. So once I get that figured out, I've also got to talk to him about something else that I can't get to function properly. But we're going to save this up. We're going to come back over here to our fences. We have our fences barbed wire. This should be the panel. Poles, panels, yes. So this is the panel for the original barbed wire. So we need to go File, Save As, barbed wire. We're going to go fence. We'll call this one chain link because there's no barbed wire at the top of it. And now for the poles, we need the right node. The panels, we need that node. And that node for the panel is referencing 2, 1. So instead of the panel with the barbed wire at the top, it's going to reference the panel with the chain link at the top. And we're going to have to do one more thing where I've got to turn the visibility of these off, all as one shot. I have to turn the visibility of this off. Control C, Control V, C, V, V. One of those needs to translate to the z-axis of 4. One to the z-axis of 8. This needs to go z of 4. And that is going to be saved under Deco Pack, Fences. We'll save that there for now. Close. Now I can delete this again, show the visibility on this, and the visibility on these, resave this, close this. Alright, we've got that done. It's going to reference this barbed wire singleton. It's not a gate, so we'll have to go into this barbed wire singleton to make sure that this stuff is all referenced there as well. It references the right I3D, and the store is going to be fence chain link DDS. We will save that. We need to open up this screenshot we just did. We're going to open this in paint.net. Paint.net. We need to, first things first, resize this. If it's not square, it throws a lot of issues. Now we need to save it as a DDS. We're going to call this store fences chain link DDS. It needs to be a BC1 DXT1 DDS file. We now have our store image for the barbed wire and the chain link. We have our fence for the chain link. In here, we need to go. Here is our fence max vertical angle, gates, gate, pole, panel. Fences, barbed wire, destroy fence, fence metal fence, okay, fence, barbed wire, DDS, yep. We need to open up our mod description back here. And we need to grab the fences, barbed wire, XML, Control C, Control V, chain link, save. So now our placeable deco pack, I should be able to go into my Wolf Creek. We're going to remove my other placeable deco pack. I already have a backup of that anyway. And we want to take this folder here and copy it into Wolf Creek. Now let's jump in the game. But yeah, actually no, sorry, Salvage Code. Yes, you can use an invisible collision box if you don't have a image you want to use. Actually, as a matter of fact, I can show you in here, under this panel, the model is the model. The collision is really on this blank plane. So you can walk right through this, but when you hit that other piece, good night. You're not going anywhere. Career. Let's start a new save. We're going to turn off everything but the placeable deco pack, wherever I stuck my placeable decoration pack. And now let's make sure that new fence piece is in there. And then after that's done, we're going to work on getting a fire truck into the game as a placeable. I want to do it where it's got an activatable strobe on it, so you can walk up and kind of activate it to get the lights and maybe a sound. So we'll play around with that some. I should be able to go into here now, go to decoration, fences, and I now have two fences. Bingo. Ruh-roh, see? See that one right there This one. Okay, yep. There we go. And then this one. See, now it's having issues. I also need to check and make sure that my scale on this isn't freaking out anymore when I do it. See, it should not be skipping every other one, so there's something going on with the fence singleton. See, so initially, when I first placed the chain link one, it was fine. Then I placed the barbed wire one, and it was fine. And then I went back and I started mixing them all up. So something's going on there. You should remain. The big one was where it was noticeable before. Alright, see, now it's not scaling itself down anymore. And I know it's not scaling itself down anymore because when I go to my fences and I grab this fence, these are in 4-meter increments. And that gate is in a 5-meter increment. How would go about converting a mod from 19 to 22? What kind of mod, Ali Bongo? Sorry, I just noticed your notation. I might need to create a second fence singleton for the... That's what I'll do. I'll do a separate fence singleton to do the two different pieces there. So we corrected one section. Let's go into here, fences. We're going to open this up. We'll go File, Save As, Chain Link Singleton. Now, in the Chain Link one, we don't have any gates. A fire truck? As far as being drivable, it's a lot of work, depending on the way the model was done, Ali Bongo. I think Billy sent me a couple of them that were already in 22, though. I'm just looking for a placeable static object that won't move. Panels should be 2-1. I might need to make an entirely separate i3D with the chain link in it. Because I should be able to do that. And blank that out. Hit save. Now I should be able to go back here to fences. My barbed wire singleton. Node Z. not 10, 0. Save that. So this will have all of these in it. It'll have the base file name for the right i3D. It'll have the right DDS, the fence singleton. Now we need to make sure we're calling the correct singleton in here. So we need chain link singleton, which will reference the correct panels, hopefully, in the barbed wire i3D. This should hopefully correct. Evil Reyes coming in with a party of 48. Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing a little bit of modding over here.
Doing good, buddy.
Doing
Doing
good.
good.
Doing good, doing good. That's always a good thing. That's always a good thing. How you doing, Higgs? So if we go here, now we need to make this a chain link singleton. File. Save that one. Now when we load up FS22, we should get, theoretically, you joined in time to see the raid come in. We are working on some placeables, some additional placeables from my placeable pack. With my fancy little logo on it. But we're going to see if we can't get a... T. Miller wanted another fence without the barbed wire at the top. So we'll see if we can't get the chain link working. It was working, and then it started freaking out. So we need to see if we've got that fixed. Because we went to decorations the first time. Okay, so that is throwing an error. Lens faceable Lua. That's throwing an error. And this is throwing a error as well. So those are still in there. But now this fence is pulling in the barbed wire. And this one's having a... Hopped into a meeting. Did you finish the Swing King dump door? No, I'm going to come back to that later. Because it's going to require a lot of work in the i3D that I don't want to wrap my head around right this minute. So I'm working on placeables right now. And something kind of went funny with the fences here. Why did it go funny with the fences? We've got both of the singletons loaded, I believe. The mod description has the fences, chain link singleton, and barbed wire singleton. The chain link singleton should be panels node 2.1. I might have to make it an entirely separate i3D for that, because it's causing an issue with this node, I believe. How do I want to go about and do this? Let's go in here. We're going to leave all of this stuff in here. Go file. Save as. We need to get into Wolf Creek. Placeable deco pack, fences. We're going to call this fences chain link. We need to scratch this panel out. So we got the right panel, we got the right pole. We'll leave the gates in. We just won't reference the gates. So I can save this now. I can come back over here. This can go to 2 like that. This will reference the chain link I3D. Chain link DDS, fence singleton. Save that. Come back over to the chain link. We've got the chain link DDS, the singleton. We need to reference the right I3D. Chain. Not kink. That's kinky. Like that. We need to go to reference object. Chain link. Chain link. It's not a gate. Save that. We have all the XMLs. We're not breaking nothing, Michael. We're working on stuff. The process of working on stuff means we're working on stuff. Therefore, it can't be considered broken. It's my theory. I'm sticking to it. We're adding to my placeable pack, not downloadable content. We are adding objects to the placeable pack. We want to work on the fire truck next, once I get the fence thing done. So now we should be able to come into decoration, fences. We've got an issue with that. And that's still referencing that. Why? Why are you still doing that? What did I mess up? Let's save this so we don't have to keep going back in and out with the other thing. Alright, chain link singleton. Chain link singleton references the chain link I3D. The chain link DDS. We don't need any of this gate information. So let's go to 0, 1. Because we're going to make a change to the chain link I3D. We're going to delete this out, which makes this 0 and that 1. Panel 2 is now an index of 1, 0, not 2, 0. And this is 0, 0 for the pole. We'll save that. We need to come over here. 0, 1. That's fine. Fences chain link DDS. Chain link singleton. This is going to be 0, 0, 0, 1. No, not that. 1. Those are fine. Chain link singleton. Chain link I3D. Save that. We're going to Control X. This there. Control X. Put that there. How do these Jake brakes work? You can't stand that you manually shift without the Jake brake kick? You can't manually shift without the Jake brake kicking? I've never messed with those, Jukia, to be honest with you. I would guess it's on the I've never messed with that section of code, to be honest with you. Theoretically, my guess would be it is in the motorized section under the engine with the I think there's an engine braking function in there. When you're not in gear, you don't want it kicking in. I'm trying to rev match to see if it helps shifting at all. You're looking at the wrong game for that, Jukia. You are looking at the wrong game for that. Farm Sim, I don't believe, has anything to do with rev matching. ATS, maybe. Farm Sim does not code for that as far as I know. So I should theoretically be able to get rid of this entire section of code here. Let's get the right stuff here, here, here. Fence name, Singleton.
That could be another reason for the that mod we were questioning in the mod hub, Darius.
What's that?
People that want to manually shift,
Maybe.
then the vehicle doesn't slow down when you're trying to shift.
Maybe. Alright, I need to go back to the fences barbed wire i3D. I think that's where some of my issues coming in. Fences, barbed wire, go in here. Let's take out that other panel. Save that. Close. Yeah, that might be. Yeah. Yeah, well that's just it, TC. You're exactly right. There are some people that say basically just leave it in the high gear and go and you won't shift at all, but you'll still drive just fine. So I don't know. Why are you still doing that? Why are you still doing that? What is going on there? Why is it acting like it didn't reload that mod at all? I think I know what I just did wrong. I think I know what I just did wrong. Aha! I'm not referencing the right. Chain link singleton. All of that work for nothing. Wasn't even changing the right. How's it going, Fern Dog? How you been, bud? I ain't seen you in a dog's age. I couldn't help it, Fern Dog. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I know. That was horrible, chat. Yeah, see, this would help here if I went X here. Thought it was great. Dad jokes for the win. That right there might fix a thing or two. Sitting here frustrate myself. Why isn't it doing it? I'm changing the mod description in the wrong file link. Nice. All right, that might make a little more progress. Remember to close XMLs and reference them from the right location. It's very important. Hey, look. Erg. All right, so the barbed wire one's still messed up, but that one works now. Fences, a barbed wire singleton. Let's make sure we're referencing it from the right location. Barbed wire, barbed wire, barbed wire. Chain link. Chain link, chain link. Barbed wire. Well, they're a work in progress, Dadson. At the moment, I'm kicking myself every which direction. Oh, absolutely I am. Who in the heck? What in the heck was that? That's fully and completely random. Sorry, chat. I just got a weird Discord message from who knows what, where, why, when, how. Panel path and everything's fine on that. Okay. The barbed wire singleton. Showing panels here. That. Barbed wire. Barbed wire. Oh, it didn't even show up as to who it came from. I was like, what in the heck? And then when I clicked on Discord, like it didn't even exist as a link in Discord anywhere. So I had no idea what was going on. Like it's not a message or anything from anywhere, so I was no idea what was going on there. Is that what happened? I shouldn't get those notifications. Aha. That's why I didn't come across properly. Gotcha. Alright. Where was I? Why is this barbed wire no longer working now? The fence's barbed wire should be working. At this point, I haven't done anything to it. Still referencing the barbed wire singleton, still referencing the right locations, the barbed wire I3D. So that is all fine. The barbed wire singleton, ow, is still referencing everything just fine. That is fully random. Ow. Why did it break the barbed wire fence is what I want to know. Shouldn't have done anything to the barbed wire fence. At this point. Because the panel is giving the right index path. There's nothing different about this. Could be Sweden. Mod description, barbed wire singleton. Yeah, that's all fine. Chain link singleton. Those are fine. They're now referencing their own separate things. As I'm once again referencing the wrong XMLs. Like it's not showing the right panel or something. Barbed wire. It's the right panel, it's the right poles. It's all collecting from the right information. Huh. This is really strange. See, all those work just fine, which is what's frustrating as heck. And that all works just fine now. So why, when I go to place this, do I start getting all kinds of issues? I think I know what's going on now. This was me in the midst of messing with something yesterday, and I did some funky things to this. I bet you if I go into the barbed wire i3D and look, it's got something I was doing funky to it. Is it because I was messing with the... Yes, this is when I was messing with the funny shader. So if I go back to my mods... Alright. What ended up happening was I was working on trying to make a adjustment. Most of the in-game fences, when you start going up a hill, the fence itself will curve or angle itself up the hill. And I'll show you what I mean in a minute. And I just want to make sure that I'm not still having the same issue with that fence trying to place it. I found out how they do it, and I was trying to get my fence to do that. Yes, Salvaged, you're probably right. That's probably exactly what it just did. Which now I realize that, and it's too late, so I'll have to go back in. Beast Beats, how are you doing? Oh, now we've got bigger issues. Oh, now we've got bigger issues. We've got really bad issues now, chat. Uh-oh. I done made a big mistake. How come your fences don't have clear backgrounds? Is that just because the image file... Yeah, it's because I didn't bother to do it. That's what it amounts to. That's basically what it boils down to. I didn't bother to actually do it. So I can wipe out panel 2 from here. I can come into these. I can wipe out the custom shader. Wipe out the custom shader. Save this. Should be able to now close that. And no, Dadson. How's it going there, Nicholas Ford? My images don't have a clear background because I didn't take the time to try and erase the little backgrounds out of the images as I was making them into DDS files. And what I mean by that is when I look here at this, this is what the image looks like. If I wanted it to have a clear background, I would have had to go in, do this, which now you see removes all of the chain link. Well, welcome in, Nicholas. Welcome in. And then now if I saved it, it would be clear. But that's a lot of work. Exactly. So it's the same thing, too, with all of these. I would literally have had to come into every single one of these, do this, and then try to resave it and hope it didn't mess anything up. Now, in a situation like this, no big deal. It's done. But if you come to plastic chair and you do the same thing, you see what it selects? Well, that don't work, does it? Don't want to save that. Come over here to this. Magic wand. Well, now that's funny. So now I've got to do this. Oops, wrong one. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and hopefully, nope, not that one, not that one. That one. And now I could save it. Yeah, pretty much. Or you have to literally color it all out by hand. I'm not going to do that. So you know what? We're going with consistency. Heck with it. That's basically what I said. I'm going to do this as quick and easy as I can and just throw it out there, because I literally whipped out 70 images in the span of a couple of hours with doing all of the XML work and everything else. I'm still getting the arithmetic value. No, salvaged, because it's because of the way I did the images. And I'll show you what I mean, because I've got to go into the i3D in a minute here and fix this. It still has the shader, something to do with the shader attached to it. So now I'm getting a Lua method issue with the fence. But the reason why it is the way it is... Oh, that's in my mods. Don't want to be in my mods again. We want to be in the placeable deco pack fences. I bet you I took it out of the wrong file when I just went into the panels and removed all of those shaders. Nope, I didn't. Okay. You notice this nice gray background? All I did was use the Windows snipping tool. Do that. And that's what I save as a screenshot to then bring into paint.net. So that's where it gets the gray from. Now, I think there's a way of changing that inside of here. I think. But I don't know. Where are you going with the watermelons? Are you trying to sell watermelons? The last melon! Hello?
Hello, how good it is working.
Oh, I'm having a grand old time.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Oh, blimey. There we go. It certainly looks like it. Alright, so no stream raiders tonight, so that's great fun.
Is it broken or something?
It just doesn't want to load. Don't know what the heck's going on with it.
Somebody else was
No.
having issues with that
Yeah,
yesterday, they were saying, I think.
Becky, I think it was, or
Yeah, I don't know.
Them guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with Stream Raiders in forever, so.
It's definitely a weird one.
Watermelons are a sell thing, Pompies, as far as... But I don't know where they get sold on Uncharted. I'm just familiar with Wolf Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's only the general store and the hardware store, so it's got to be one of the two.
Yeah.
Still having an issue with that. Why? Why are you still having an issue with that? I just corrected you. Object in get number of children. 0 for object. Is it on the singleton side that I still have that? Ah, there. That's the issue there. Save that. Close this. Go back here. Now let's see if that's corrected with it. I haven't even gotten to that part. I've been on the struggle bus with this stinking fence. Because I was making a bunch of edits to it to try and get it working in a certain manner. And I forgot I had made those edits to it. So now I'm sitting back going, oh, you did all of that. Ah. Hey, hey! Whee! Now it works. And these should be working now. Alright. Those are fixed. That's fixed. And we have the new fence piece in. Wonderful. Now, as far as the other side of it goes, we want to... Let's open up this van. We'll use van 4. Start with this one. Phew. No. And the reason why I say no is because of the way the object is shaped. It won't connect properly when you go around an angle. It has to be a very small, thin connection. So basically, like 2 points, it's fine. But, you know, if you do 2 points like this, and now you angle them, you see how you get this big gap in there? That's how it would look with the razor wire. They would not meet up properly. But when you do 2 thin points and you do that same angle, you won't notice it. So for that reason, the coiled razor wire would be good as a single placeable, but the minute you try to angle one next to the other, it's going to cause a really wonky connection. There'll be a big gap in it. It doesn't know how to adjust the geometry of it all. So let's save this as Wolf Creek Placeable Deco i3Ds. We're going to go fire truck. Well, in real life, it just ends up bending the fence so that you've got a wider gap on one side and almost no gap on the other side. But, you know, it doesn't quite work that way elsewise. So we have a couple of different options. We need to extract this ladder fire truck. We need to 7-zip extract that one. There's 2 different fire trucks we're going to do. One will be the pumper truck, one will be the ladder truck. So if I file import from the downloads folder, let's do the pumper truck first. Let's see what happens. So far, so good, chat.
Zach.
That's the sound. How's it going, Sogwick? There we have that truck with the lights. We've got the sound on it. We will need to change this decal here if we can. And we're going to have to do, see, these are the default lights. These are the strobes. This is the light bar. These are your statics, your LEDs. I'm going to have to go through and really figure this all out as far as what's going to be on and off in the actual model when we do this. But let's see if we can find on the box chainsaw visual. Got some feedback. I want me to your own my on, so you're trying to fix it. It's a lot though. I do wonder something regarding moving parts on your model. Do you have any vehicle modders with you that could look at a... Not really, Sogwick. Yeah, it's still pretty snowy here too there, Bandit. It is still pretty snowy here. Yeah, right now I'm the only one in here that really has anything to do with modding, unfortunately. Wow, that's a lot of triangles. Yeah, that's going to have to get cut down for a static placeable. You're going to destroy your frame rates the minute you get near it. It's a great idea, but wow, that's going to... You want a 4 million triangle placeable? That was the idea until I saw this number.
But Darius, think of the detail in that vehicle, in that placeable.
You want 5 frames a second when you walk near it? I can do it.
No, I'm good.
I can do it, but you ain't
No,
going to be
I'm
happy
good.
with it. Now, for comparison chat, yeah, exactly. For comparison chat, we're going to load up the pink NBC van. Pink NBC van, yes? When I click on this, triangles, 12,000. There's a reason that the detail on the traffic is low. And things don't really function on the traffic, like the wheels spinning and things like that, because it adds detail that screws up your frame rates. So in that regard, the 4 million triangle fire truck ain't gonna happen today. Even this one here, the ladder truck, even that one's 657,000 triangles. Ah, that same error's back. Pay close attention the next time they drive by, Don. Oh yeah, this is, see, you see, this is why things aren't as simple as just open it up and resave it, you see how all of these resources are basically going, you know. All of these errors just trying to open that. It's not loading the round bales salvaged. What it's doing is it's loading in the diffuse and the speculars from them. But even that fire truck's a lot of triangles. And then see, it's supposed to have this whole... This is probably a lot of to do with why it wants to load that stuff. It uses the image of it somewhere. I don't know why you would have extra lights like this on a fire truck. I've never seen them with one, and then these ones, because these ones would block this one. Yeah, they're using it as a texture somewhere. Where? I don't know. Why? Not a clue. So yeah, I will have to go looking for a low poly fire truck model for that. I'll have to go find some, and I'm sure I can find them free, low poly. Help if I was typing. Come on. Fire truck 3D model. Oh! Those get expensive quick. I said free models. Icarus fire to the houses and forests. Sketchfab. Are you got any good models in here, maybe? That are free? I'm not seeing much there, chat. They're either really bad or not cheap. Last I checked, that's not a fire truck. That's Go Speed Racer. I see you're here and not getting your tattoo.
Reschedule.
I figured.
Weather. Yes. And I am now bored. Thought about picking up doing some painting, but all my painting stuff's behind you. And I don't know if I really want to take it all out.
Now, see, that's not a bad looking collection. But you got two problems. That, and then you still look and go, well, the polys aren't exactly low. So even if you were to do something like this one here, it doesn't list the polys on it. That one there, gotta have something to do until Wolf Creek is released. It's a hefty price difference between base and supporters. Not really, Zodiac. I went with the base model. Or with the base edition. Chicago Pumper. Yeah, it's pretty expensive compared to the other one. Yeah, collection $254. $3D fire trucks. Let's see, what do we have from models? I'm looking at fire truck models. Want to find a fire truck model for a placeable. Without it being like El Crapo quality or, you know, $8,000. Make a Swedish one. Wolf Creek's not Swedish. Could still have a Swedish one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look through some additional farm sim stuff. I think Billy's live though, and Billy's supposed to be taking over. Is Billy live? Billy's being quiet, so Billy must be live. So we're going to keep working on that placeable pack later. I'm going to continue to add to it before I update it onto the website. I also want to look at the fence thing and see if I can't solve one more issue with the fence before I upload it. But in the meantime, I do appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out with me for the past few hours while we did some modding and played around with some stuff. Learned a few things, I hope. We're going to go raid Mr. Billy Alpaca. And he's going to continue keeping you guys company as we're into day 78 of continuous SGA streaming. Can't call it the Farm Sim streak anymore. It's the SGA streak now. Because I done broke that thing yesterday. Ladder, fire truck. And Tigor Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. What did you send me there, Ali Bongo? Oh, this is the one that, this is the one I was just looking at, actually. No worries, they're salvaged. Yeah, this is the one I was just looking at. That came in all sorts of funky. But I appreciate you guys all hanging out. We're going to go keep Billy company. And I'm going to continue playing around with some modeling and doing some wonkiness off stream. Hopefully I'll have something to show you guys later. In the meantime, love you all. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll catch you guys next time.